Good morning, everyone. Before we jump into analysis, I just want to direct your attention to the bottom of the stream. There's a risk disclaimer there. Trading futures is risky. Nothing you see on the stream should be misconstrued as financial advice. And the stream runs about 10 seconds behind live, so anything you see me doing on stream has already happened in the past. With all of that out of the way, happy Friday. Welcome here. Happy to have you. If you have just a moment and you enjoy the stream, feel free to hit the like button. That helps us out. Um, so we're opening up here, kind of a boring Globex session. All they did in the overnight was clean up this crazy drop that happened right at the end of RTH yesterday. So they cleaned that up, tested it once, and then rallied back up close to yesterday's highs. Yesterday's session was another kind of almost lockout style rally where right after sellers tried valiantly over the last couple days to hold it below 930, but it gave itself up all in one move yesterday at the beginning of RTH Open and kind of never looked back. I attempted to trade this yesterday and did not do a very good job. I just could not find a place to get in, and then once I did get in, I got wicked out a handful of times throughout the day. So nothing crazy, just kind of like a small red week for me. So when that's happening, I just kind of tend to take things slow. The market has really been either like in chop mode or in lockout breakout mode. So both of those are hard to trade. So the things I'm looking for here today, I have these two red lines. These are not order flow related lines. These are just lines for my own personal reference, so I don't have to keep popping over to a higher time frame chart. But the levels that I have marked out off are, scoot back here. So there's this level that we broke yesterday that's been just, waiting for that style breakout for a while, which is like 3065, 3070. That is going to be a place to look at a potential retest if we pull back. And the other one that I have is this swing high up here. Let's see where this one is. Right here. That's like the edge of value from the first week of July and one of the last places before we kind of started this slow drift pull back on NQ. That level is, call it 3315, 320-ish. So neither one of those places is like, if price gets there, I'm like automatically going to short if we get up here, or I'm automatically going to long if we get down here. Just kind of like reference points if we start to get directional in one way or another. The Globex session was pretty narrow. Probably the most exciting part was the open. I happened to be scalping this at the end of the day yesterday and like got my take profit by like 1 or 2 points for like a small scalp. And I kid you not, like not even like I like considered holding into the close because sometimes I was like, well, sometimes we can continue this like drift up. We had tested support and kind of were drifting up. And I was like, you know what? I just like, it's been a long week. Haven't traded very well. Let's just get out at RTH, just save some mental capital. And they got my take profit like right at, like it's like right at the close. And then I like looked over and it just like throttled down in this move. This move lasted all of like 2 seconds. They put in this imbalance down here and then rallied it right back up. So I have no idea what that was about. I don't know if somebody was reporting earnings or there was some kind of news in one of the bigger names, but it was just kind of this reflexive move down and back up. And I was very grateful that the NQ gods smiled kindly on my last scalp of the day. Um, they immediately cleaned it up in the overnight session. So this is a place to potentially look for a retest as well. And then this red line down here is the 3065 level that we really just like broke completely to the upside. There was not a pullback, there wasn't a retest. And because that level has been traded as resistance for so long, it just seems like a very obvious place for the market to come back, retest, and then potentially go higher. So those are kind of the things I'm looking for so far today. Um, Let me take a look at where the major pieces of the S&P are at so we can see what's moving around this morning. So lots of things are green, just not super green. Google is up 1%, Meta is up almost 1%, everything else is in the like sort of flat to barely up. And then Amazon and Microsoft are like flat slash red-ish, and then some Dow stocks that are towards the bottom there. So nothing super exciting moving around. The market has really been closely following Intel. Yesterday's chart was very similar to what Intel did for the day. So sometimes that starts to happen when there's sort of like one leader to look towards. So just kind of been keeping an eye on what Intel has been doing, and um, we'll see how that continues to play out. It was a big rally in tech yesterday. Interestingly enough, there weren't a ton of like tech mega caps that were up, but instead it was like all of the sort of like peripheral or like less mainstream names, things like CoreWeave and SanDisk and Seagate, were all up quite a bit. So um, those, like, I think SanDisk was up like 15 or 20%. So that is not a small move for that stock, which is trading well back over, I think 1500 again. So a lot of the names that got super beat up in the pullback, and who knows how closely related that was to um, the hedge fund blowing up that was holding all of the AI names, but they definitely seem to have caught a bid then. So Citadel continues to win the day after buying that portfolio. Um, so NQ pulling back here. This 200 level was a place in the overnight that we had some larger delta prints. It's kind of muddied up now, but you can see right from the Globex open, I think it was like a 2 or 300 contract order. Also at the Globex open, which I think preceded this sell off, I was like watching it open yesterday, was there was like two or three like 350 lot orders um, that were kind of like slowly moving down with price. So don't know if they got filled because I ended up turning it off. But just there were some larger sellers at Globex Open. So whether that was people taking profit from the the big move up in RTH or something else, but some larger players. So I think if you're buyers, you don't want if you pull back, you definitely don't want to lose much lower than this 3065. Like I think, you know, tolerate down to like where this delta zone is from yesterday and yesterday's mid. You start getting below yesterday's like the previous day's high. You might start to get into what is like not a lot of structure. It's just like sort of the breakout move itself. So I'd be much more interested if we can like get down here and either hold this zone or hold this, and potentially look for uh, a bounce back up towards this 200 level, which I think is going to be what we're going to rotate around quite a bit here. Got a little bit of seller absorption there at 180. Seen a couple of exhaustion markers as well as they start to push this back up. So not my worst like P&L week by any stretch of the imagination, but just haven't been on the right side of price. Was a little early yesterday in the pullback. I was looking to get long, uh, and then tried to scalp a couple things short, which didn't work either. So it was a tricky session yesterday. Unfortunately, I was in a meeting when this move happened, which was kind of the cleanest one. Um, I was long for this or attempted to. We had like bounced pretty hard off of this sort of consolidation and like previous exhaustion area, and then we rallied pretty good, got like a 40 to 50 point bounce off of this area. And so they held it for a minute long enough for me to get long, and I got stopped there. And then they did exactly what I wanted them to do one move later, and I wasn't a part of this one. So I missed this move back up. And then was in a meeting for this one, and then I bought this at the close, took one stop, and then made it back at break even when it rebid it. But just a little messy yesterday. This one would have been the one that would have worked, and it was the one that I was not in front of the screens for. So that's typically how that works. So small red week. Most of it's also spread across a couple of evaluation accounts. So no catastrophic damage to any accounts by any stretch. And I think I've talked about it on stream before, but uh, these are the things that like I've traded the same way for a really long time. And I know that for me, I know that like if I manage risk, like it works long term. Like I trust my reads well enough to make good points off of the things that I see during a given session. But on weeks where it's not working, it's like so important to not like change it up just because this week isn't working. Like find a size down, find a slow down, but completely. Wow, that was a really aggressive move there off of 200. That was like an instant 30-point move. Noted, noted buyers. But yeah, the trap is like you've been doing something for a really long time. It's been working. Then you come into a week and just like, whatever you're doing just isn't working at all. Right. And halfway through that week, you're like, man, maybe I should try something different. Like, what am I doing? And kind of start questioning things. And I think it's just super important to stay in your lane, maybe size down if you're feeling not confident in your setup, and to continue to take the same trades. If you're managing risk, then it's okay to take a stop here, a stop there. What you don't want to do is you don't want to like switch everything up and or start to force things. So I will continue to trade the same way. Like this is a very clean hold of this imbalance level here, and something that we didn't get a ton of clean holds except for the one that I was not a part of yesterday. So doesn't mean that it won't work today, won't work next week. So just have to take the good things as they come and try to avoid the bad things. There's 1,000 contracts now waiting to buy at 30,000. I don't have my MBO on. Let me actually turn that on. I want to see if I can see how. Yeah, that's all one participant. It's all one participant wanting to buy 1,000 contracts at 30,200. Just your casual Friday morning 1,000 lot. I'm not super excited about that either because first, my guess is that it will get filled. And then usually when something this big gets filled at exactly one price like this, we're just going to spend the rest of the session just like rotating around it. So if we get too far extended to the upside, we'll probably come back towards it. If we get too far extended to the downside, we'll probably head back towards it. So TBD whether they get filled. Usually an order of that size, particularly in the middle of the range, usually does. So sometimes I think orders like this are vaguely, I don't really know if I want to use the word performative, like, but there's plenty of ways to buy this many contracts, even at the same price, but not buy them in 1,000, like in 1,000 lots all at once. So you notice that like you got this like bounce off of 200, really fast bounce, and then that order showed up. So sometimes price sort of like, this like freaks out sellers and they're like, oh my God, there's such a big buyer down here. And it like just the presence of the order kind of sends things higher. So sometimes I kind of wonder if like this is less about wanting to get filled at 1,000 contracts at this price and more about giving price a bit of encouragement in the direction that they want it to go. But it's, you know, we'll see whether they get filled. If they come back towards it and then like it disappears as it gets within 5 or 10 points, then I think it's more of the like, let's encourage price to go higher type thing than it is we want to buy that many contracts. It's technically spoofing and it's technically illegal, but no one will ever. Who's going to tell somebody that can afford 1,000 contracts that they can't do that? So, and I think it's just like really hard to, I think stuff like that's really hard to prove, you know? It's like so much ability to be discretionary there and say, like, well, I was wanted to buy 1,000 contracts, then I got kind of nervous. You could understand, right? Um, so I don't know if you guys have ever read the book. I'm trying to remember what the name of it is, but about the story about the guy from, I want to say he was from maybe from the UK, but he basically like wrote this kind of like algorithm and was kind of one of the earlier people like spoofing. And there was a market crash that happened that was, I think, unrelated to his quote spoofing activity, but was a really well known sort of like flash crash, like a bunch of stocks, hit zero briefly and then bounce back up to the price they were, that kind of thing. And I think regulators were looking for a scapegoat and they found him. And even though the level of like spoofing and order stuff that he was doing didn't actually cause the crash, they ended up blaming it on him. I think it's actually called, I can look at it on my Audible. Um, it's a good book. Would recommend. It's pretty fast. Listen or read. Let me see where I have. Yeah, it's called Flash Crash: A Trading Savant, A Global Manhunt, by Liam Vaughan. Um, recommended. Interesting story. Not just the like him getting caught, but like all of the stuff that he was doing leading up to the moment that he got blamed for that crash. So this is another imbalance here that just got put in at 32 and got a very, very strong bounce off of it. So there are definitely some willing buyers to step into this. We do have, I believe we have Michigan consumer sentiment at 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, so here in about 10 minutes. That usually brings in some volatility, so I will let that settle in before I look at touching anything. Just going to confirm that on the calendar. Yeah, Michigan consumer is at 9 a.m. Technically, there's a Fed speaker at 8 a.m., so he might already be done. And then that's it for the rest of the day. But Michigan consumer is known to sometimes be kind of whippy. Uh, liquidity sometimes really bad. So just head on a swivel if you're in position or trying to get into position. I'm just going to watch to see whether this 1,000 lot person gets filled here. It's like funny because I would typically look at like an order of like 73 to also be a pretty big order, and it's just like dwarfed in size to this 1,000 lot order, so you can like barely see it showing. They're all like scaled to whatever the largest order on my depth of market is. So they haven't pulled it yet. Price is still like 30 points away from them. But that 70 lot order just broke theirs up and moved it to part of it to 29, it looked like. Also, if you're new here, welcome. Feel free to hop in chat and say hi. And we're not even at Michigan Consumer, and this thing is acting pretty crazy. I'm going to keep an eye on the volatility here. I have 3 contracts that I had set my size to just based on what it was like yesterday. But if we're going to start doing these, like, it was like 27 to 60, it was like a 40-point move almost instantly. I might go down to 2 contracts. I'm trading today. I'm on a Lucid 50K eval account. So if you've been following along with the stream, I'm working on sizing up. I've traditionally only ever traded one M&Q, and in the past, anytime I tried to size up, it did not go well. So I'm trying to do that again. And I think in the past, one of the things that really messed with me was I started trading different. So I'd start to be like, buy 3 contracts or buy 2 contracts and then be like, I'm going to take one off here and then I'm going to sell another one here. And like, it just got to be too complicated. So I'm giving this a run with just trading 3 contracts the same way that I would with one. So just both mentally and I feel like, uh, yeah, just for like mechanical sort of like I'm not clicking extra buttons or having to think about managing this position different. I'm just going to keep it simple and just trade the 3 like I would one lot. There's a lot of violence happening between like 25 and 60 right now. Let's see if my oh, see they pulled that order. So it did not last. I'll poke around a little bit to see if they put it anywhere else. Yes, they did. They moved it all the way down to 150. So that person that wanted to buy or had their order sitting there at 200, which showed up right before we did this. So, which I was kind of saying, I think sellers responded to seeing that really big order by getting the heck out of the way on the way up, right? So I think now they've moved down to 150. Once again, hard to know whether this person actually wants to get filled or whether this is just kind of posturing, if you will. But if they leave it on the books for when Michigan Consumer drops here in about 5 minutes, my guess is they do want to get filled because that's a pretty unpredictable and potentially whipsaw-like uh, data drop. And if you're leaving 1,000 contracts on the books, like you might get filled. So I'm going to reduce the number of ScalperIQ impact levels down to 1. Just getting a little crowded in here. So whenever I reduce the number down from like, was it 3 down to 1? So I'm seeing the strongest imbalance since RTH open. This fainter line here is an imbalance level, which is right at 200, which is from the Globex session. So those are just separated out there. So that's a buy imbalance down here, and that's a sell imbalance here at like 33. Sometimes I like to see where large orders like this are hanging out, right? So they're hanging out like 150, which is basically right where buyers were able to hold a higher low here and then got some very quick pop in delta and kind of started the overnight's rally of like 100 points or so. So they're sitting like right below that, right towards the edge of the profile. Motive Wave does have a study that you can use to like, it's kind of like, it's a little bit like Bookmap that will show like little gradients or horizontal lines depending on how you set it up. They just pulled that order again. They're going to make me chase it all over the depth of market. Or if they moved it back up. Nope. See if they moved it lower. But there is a study that will help you like see things like this, but it doesn't actually show the order size. And oh, they moved it all the way down to 3,100. So that's now twice that they showed up first at 200, then they moved it down to 50, and now they've moved it down to 30,100, which is like right below the overnight low, and it's getting close to, it's like a undercut. They're looking at like an undercut of this sort of like brief double bottom before price rallied again yesterday after the pullback. So I'm not going to be trading the data drop itself, so I'm more interested to see what this person does, or if when Michigan Consumer comes out, does somebody already know something and this person's hanging out to buy down here. So I'm just going to stay scrolled to the place where I'm interested in seeing what happens there. Not really interested in whatever's going on in this chop fest at the moment. Now that I'm kind of thinking about it, I feel like it might be helpful to have a ScalperIQ, just sort of like informational study. There's Michigan Consumer. Oh, no, it's not. It's a couple minutes early. Some very aggressive big orders, just sort of like selling both both from the sell side and the buy side. We've seen just some kind of like very violent sort of liquidations in there. Anyway, I was going to say that having like a ScalperIQ study that would actually show this order on here, maybe with just like a little bit of like text information to be like, 1,000 lots and price or whatever, that might be helpful. What do you guys think? That'd be helpful because Motive Waves doesn't do it very well. You have to like, it'll just draw like a line and you can have like a threshold to be like, show anything that's bigger than 200 contracts or whatever it might be, but it won't show you the actual size. So like a 200 one versus like 1,000 lot are going to show exactly the same from Motive Waves perspective and won't list any like information as well. So that could be something we could explore as sort of like a utility type add-on. Also would really only be helpful if you have rhythmic data, because if you're on CQG, I think you get best bid and ask like 10 points above and below price, so you wouldn't even be seeing this unless you have full book from rhythmic data. But I feel like most of the prop firms that support like Motive Wave and stuff are on rhythmic feeds, so I see a couple of new folks in here. Feel free to hop into the chat and say hi. Welcome in. Always love having some new people in here, hang out with. All right, here's Michigan Consumer. So this big 1,000 contract buyer kept it on the books. Sometimes you'll see them pull them whenever like a data drop comes in. I mean, makes sense, right? Like if you're not really looking to get filled in that capacity, but they're still keeping it on the books. I'm struggling with this imbalance level here at like 33. It's tried to pop it a couple times to the upside and hasn't been able to. Still going to let this settle in. Pretty narrow range for Michigan consumer there, but it's just really fast and whippy just inside of a very tight point range. They definitely see this imbalance level here at 34, though. They're having a hard time getting price through there. I'm going to pop it there. Kind of watching to see if they can't get this above this imbalance level. They're kind of hanging out right above it right now. I don't particularly like where it is for like taking an entry though. It's like right in the middle of value. I am like just mildly leaning for a pullback. That 1,000 lot order, just for how I trade, I tend to find those orders act a little bit, have a little bit of like gravitational pull. We're a little far away from it right now for it to be too strong of a gravitational pull, but if we start getting some selling to the downside, that would be, I probably wouldn't hold it all the way until that order, but would use that kind of like magnetic effect in my favor if we start to move lower. But right now, price wants to go the other way. You're seeing like a quick change hands and aggression there. That's what that little diamond marker is. Just taking a look at how everything, now that we've been open for a bit, if anything has opened up a little bit more in terms of price. Not really. Intel up almost 2%. Then that's like a mostly Dow stocks, energy, Disney, communication stocks, banks, but nothing big going in. AMD is up 4%. Kind of a weird mix though, because looks like chips are getting bid, but then also oil is getting bid. This seems healthy. I wonder if that's just like hedging going into the weekend, or we've just had so many like war headlines that happen at like, you know, 4:01 on Friday. As soon as futures markets close, it's like, all right, time to do war things. So I just wonder if people are buying, you know, energy, that it's kind of a hedge going into the weekend. Testing the previous day's high here. It's like at 72. Really tight range on NQ though right now. Like this pop looks really good because I have my chart a little bit expanded, but that's from like 40 to 70. It's like a 30-point move. And that just makes it challenging, at least from my perspective, because I like to try to get 3 to 1 if I can, and I usually use a 20-point stop. And I would say that the volatility that I've seen so far, just in terms of how fast the depth of market is moving and like how fast some of these pullbacks are, I think a 20-point stop is warranted. But then like we haven't moved far enough for me to get that like 3 to 1. Um, Not even hardly moving enough to get 2 to 1, unless my entry is really good right now. So just kind of waiting. I don't really want to be taking a position until the market decides it's going to open up a little bit more in terms of range. Go see if my buddy down at 3050 or 3100, wherever they were bidding to move their order to, is still there. Yep, still hanging down here at 30,100. Also, if you guys see me manually scrolling over here, it's because Motive Wave's little grab thing doesn't always work, rarely works for me. Don't know why. And we may not get anywhere close to this order today. May not get anywhere close to it, but sometimes you'll see these like be gone during, like they'll be here during RTH, and then when we close, like obviously on a Friday, it'll disappear, but then sometimes it'll show right back up on Monday. Just depends on obviously like how determined that person is to be buying. Back to this imbalance level here, back underneath it or right at it. Got rejected like a couple ticks in front of the previous day's high. But notice how like the trade around this imbalance level has really not been super clean yet. It's like we were more like rotating around it. Those are like levels that I'm a little more careful with because I really want to see them. There's a buy and balance there at the top of that one. Just a lot of big orders and aggression going on in the center of the range right now. It's like almost right at the point of control. They've knocked down the previous day's high a couple of times now, like a couple times in the overnight session, now a couple times during RTH. Seller's not letting them through, but kind of like, you know, the more times you tend to knock on a level, the more likely it is to break. I needed to get through some of this traffic down here. You have the previous day's close, you have the Globex open, you have the session mid, and a delta zone and some other absorption. So just right now it's just bouncing around in the middle. Gonna test this imbalance level here. Got a little rejection off that level. It is like literally the point of control though, so not the place that I probably really want to be taking a position. Welcome in if you're new to the stream. Feel free to hop in chat and say hi. Seller's really defending this imbalance since it showed up. It's like 43. You can see there's some sellers stacked on the other side of it. There's like an 11, a 14, and a 10, all in a pretty tight range there. The longer they hold underneath this level, though, like inclined to maybe try fading it. Like I like what I'm seeing on the depth of market in terms of like every time price gets close to there, it sells back off. But I don't like just the overall location. It's like literally in the middle. So I think it could just as easily roll over like it's doing right now, or it could drift back up to the high. So kind of like nixes that idea, even though I like some of the reactions that are happening there. Really, really tight range overall. everything is like almost exactly flat across all the indexes. Silver futures are up 1%. Bitcoin is down 1%. Oil is flat. Nobody wanting to make a directional move just yet. Now testing this imbalance from Globex here at 200. They bounced that off of there pretty hard earlier. A pretty distinct volume shelf right here, right at 200. There's a little spice from the sellers. See if they come back up to 200 to test. Testing this absorption level from the overnight. They might get the opening range low here. You can see sellers really pushing, moving that delta zone down in each candle close. So there's the opening range low. Sellers got there first. I'm looking for a bounce to potentially get short. Wow, that wasn't a nice move. A little bit of exhaustion from the sellers there. I want to see, like, I'm not going to immediately short this if it gets close to 200, but I want to see what it does when it gets there, if it gets there. It has a hard time getting back over. Not giving me any type of look at this. Just kind of locking me out here so far. This is exactly what happened to me yesterday on the long side. I was like waiting for a pullback, and we pulled back, I think, no more than like 20 points or something like that. So let me glance at a higher time frame. I'm not sure that this is going to make it all the way back to 200. So I'm going to look at if we get a little bounce at like 180-ish, which is where this absorption is from this morning, and edge of this delta zone they put in here. So see if they can pop it back up to 180-ish and then look for a potential entry there if they can hold it. There's a little buy imbalance there. Pretty steep pullback, but nowhere for me to get in just yet. Every little pop is just getting sold. Not getting a ton of volume going on down here. You see the profile still just tapering to the downside. See if we get any reaction to this imbalance here. It's like right here at 57. And big buyer chasing price. They ran away from my order as soon as I clicked the DOM there. I'll leave it there for a second. Looking to get short at 63 or not. Ugh, I'm gonna pull that. So annoying. I'm still interested in potentially shorting the same level, but if price gets too far away from me, I will pull my order because sometimes it likes to do exactly that right there. So I don't want to, I just don't like my order sitting too far away from where price is. I'll put my order back in if they come back up and can still show that they still care about that level. That's happened a couple times this week. I've like clicked the DOM to get my order in, and price just immediately go in the direction that I want it to go without me in it. Another buy imbalance here at the bottom. The last one did not work. The last one got faded, which is the one we were just looking at here, which I'm going to put back onto the... Still watching this level here. Looking at like 160 to 165-ish. Stop would be close to, would be like 185. But gonna see how this comes up here, because you see the candle color moving to a more neutral color. Buyers are starting to hit this a little bit harder here. All right. Build on the short side. We'll see what happens here. We'll move stop to break even if we make new RTH lows and get to the overnight low. But looks like they're going to want to come potentially test my stop right away. Back into the opening range here, or testing the bottom of the opening range. I prefer they get under this imbalance here pretty quick, or they're going to start using it for support, which they are right now. I'm short just like a little bit above it, but don't particularly like them being on this side of it for too long. Also the reason, I mean, I'm using a 20-point stop just to give myself space, but it's also like back into the opening range. It's above this delta zone, which they're going to come find me here in just a second if they can get through this huge group of sellers. So that's why my stop is where it is. It's above this absorption zone. And kind of there was like a little like swarm of sellers there. So just kind of using them as defense. So looking for new RTH lows. Current RTH low is like 129-ish. Let me go see if that big order is still sitting very far below price. Wow, there are a bunch of buyers sitting here at the low here. And so I don't see that order anymore, interestingly enough. Kind of annoys me because I was kind of hoping I could use that as a target, but looks like they have pulled it and or broken it up. So I still see some bigger orders to the downside, and there's a cluster right here, but I don't see the 1,000 lot order anywhere anymore. There's a big offer way there. Just scrolling back up to where my stop is. Definitely some aggressive buyers down here. You're seeing some buy imbalances. Just gonna pop the one that I was using. So we're short just on the other side of this buy imbalance, but there's some buyers that are still pretty persistent down here. Also, if you're new to the stream, welcome. Feel free to hop in chat and say hi. Feel free to hit the like button. Helps the stream out. Appreciate you guys. You guys know how much I love when price just rotates around my position. It's my favorite. It was a little early on my entry there. It's got a lot of buying traffic in here. Sellers trying to work their way through it. The longer this takes, the less that I like it. So I don't really like modify my stops. Every once in a while I'll time stop myself out, but I'm not very good at it. My timing is usually stopping myself out right before the move that I wanted starts, so just sort of speaking it out into existence that I am probably more nervous about this position just because it's 3 lots instead of 1 lot, which is like the whole goal of me trading the 50K account is to try to learn to size up. So just get to sit with the discomfort while this thing just bumps around my entry here. Like you still got sellers defending that in the mid 60s, which is why I got short to start with, but I need them to initiate lower. That's a bit better. But really haven't got more than like 20 points in our favor since we took this position. So Just a lot of absorption happening here. Just a matter of whether it holds. We have sellers in the mid 60s, but just nobody willing to initiate below like whatever this imbalance here is, like 145, just kind of ping ponging between those. These 160 sellers holding on by the skin of their teeth here. Still looking for new lows. RTH lows are right in front of Globex lows. Like 124 is Globex lows. See if those buyers are still clustered down there. So there's a bunch of buyers down here. Just a whole bunch of buyers. It looks like kind of like maybe that 1,000 lot order just kind of like broke itself up into a whole bunch of smaller ones. So I think that's why price is hesitating to go down here. It's a lot of contracts to sell into, but kind of see what happens here. We'll move stop to break even if we get below, if we make new lows. Otherwise, still going to sit with it. Oh, this is painful. Just sitting here and not moving. I mean, you can kind of see the reason it's hesitating, right? Like you have a whole bunch of big orders here, like 136 to 130, and then a huge cluster of buyers right around the overnight low. So sellers got to really want it down there. Obviously, don't know if it's that 1,000 lot buyer who broke up the order into a whole bunch, but you do have a swarm of buyers down there right at the low. Also, if you're new to the stream, welcome. See a few new people in here. We're currently short from 162, looking for new lows. See if they can get new lows. See if they get through that cluster of buyers. All right, that's new lows, so my stop is going to go to just in front of, just on the other side of that imbalance. I'm looking to buy two. I know I said I wasn't going to take partials, but I think there's an outside chance they come back to test this 65 area. But I don't want to hold my full position to there. So I'm going to take two off at 3 to 1 and hold the other one as a runner if it gets there. Getting kind of a reflexive bounce off the takeout of the low there. But risk is off the table here for me, so it's a pretty good trade. I don't always necessarily look at the outcome, but like my read of that there were a lot of sellers in the mid 60s was correct. My entry was just a teensy bit early, but um, sometimes I care more about like process, like in terms of like if it comes up and stops me at break even, like I'm a little annoyed, but overall, like I think if my read is correct, then I know that I'm like seeing the market properly. I'm reading the depth of market properly. So that's um, good news for taking better trades in the future. And like I said, I haven't traded very well up to this week. Not like, not catastrophic or anything, but just gotten wicked out of a bunch of positions and been a little early. So nice to have one at least go in my favor for a little bit, even if it ultimately comes back and gets my stop. They filled a lot of contracts down here, so I'm not so surprised to see that kind of like reflexive bounce there. I'm basically bid for my two contracts, like right below the sweep of this like double hold here yesterday. Seeing if they like kind of clean that up a little bit. It's like almost an exact hold of the same price on that pullback, so might be a little liquidity sitting underneath there. Help our cause. I'm bouncing right in front of that level right now. Gonna need sellers to get a little more oomph going. Just taking a look at this in the higher time frame. It's basically just the bottom of this consolidation range. Let me see if there's any liquidity down here. Yeah, another big cluster of buyers. I think I'm really gonna say, obviously I never know for sure, that that 1,000 lot order broke itself up into a whole bunch of different pieces. So I think we're seeing some remnants of that. I think I've said it on stream before, but the way that I typically read big liquidity like that, or like clusters of liquidity, is that when price is far away from it, it tends to be a magnet, and then as it gets close, tends to kind of be resistance. So I think that's kind of what we're seeing down here near the lows. But my stop is at break even, so they're going to push this all the way back up into the 60s. I don't probably want to be a part of whatever happens after that from the short side. My order is kind of like in the midst of all of this, kind of unintentionally, but they're all the same. I'm gonna fill right there. There's just so many buyers, and like we're tapering on volume profile, which I also don't like. So not gonna be what do they call it, a dick for a tick there. I'm just gonna take that. So I have one runner on. Um, that would come off down here at like 30.65 if we push that far. But nice trade. Nice trade. I probably would have gotten filled there, but you know, just watching the volume profile taper here. But overall, good entry. I was a little early, but stop was in the right place. Let me cancel this other stop here. So I just have one on. I'll just keep it. I'm actually just going to go ahead and put a bid down here. We're going to look for right in front of this level. I'm going to bid 70. So not going to touch it otherwise. I'm just going to keep that position. We'll either get stopped out if they try to get back into the opening range or back up towards close to the opening range, or we'll take profit down there like 70-ish. So while that is doing whatever it's going to do down here, talk about the kind of thesis for that trade. So some of these imbalance levels have showed up after I got into position, so those weren't as relevant. Let me find impact here. Okay, there's that one. All right. I think the other one got fully kicked out with the newer, stronger levels, but basically was looking at, we had a rejection here, and then we got short right here at 62, and it was just a little bit early. They got pretty close to my stop. My stop was 182. So entry probably like a B minus or a C, but good enough, which is all it needs to be. It became a bit more clear after this move pop up that they really couldn't get above 62. So once this started to happen, I was a bit more, what's the word? I was a bit more confident that this position was going to work. It just took forever. Like my entry was 9:36 a.m. Yeah, it's like a 20-minute. I like to have my holds be like 5 minutes, and that was like 25 minutes until we actually started to move in the direction I wanted. So that's not ideal. One thing I want to check to the downside, I want to see if there's any big buyers down at 30K, because that's getting like 30,070 is like fairly close. Nah, there's no like big, no like outsized liquidity there. So all the indexes have gone slightly red. Nothing. Nasdaq is leading the way, down 1/3%. ES is like barely red, and the Dow is about the same. Bitcoin's still down like 1.25%. I haven't actually seen that move around very much lately. Sellers getting a little more aggressive here. And the whole reason this line, if you showed up late today, this line down here is the top of this consolidation, or sorry, the top of this rejection area from the last like month or so. So this is like what we broke out of from yesterday. So I'm just have my order there in case we do a retest. So I'm gonna move my stop further into profit now, just by a little bit, and just continue. We'll use this imbalance to lean against. Mostly playing defense because while I would like for them to obviously come back and test my order here, I do think this is like a kind of a people are looking to potentially get long on a pullback after yesterday. So I wouldn't be surprised to see buyers stepping in, and the volume profile is kind of starting to taper. You're getting a little bit of a higher volume node at like 3,100. But yeah, and like I think a sweep underneath this and a rebid is like not the worst idea for a long. So I like my short position right now, but just kind of playing a little defense. I see a couple new people on the stream. Welcome. Feel free to hop in chat and say hi. Hit the like button. Helps the stream out. We appreciate you guys. So even though this, we saw like 1,000 lot order move, showed up at like 200, then it moved to 150, and then it moved down to 30, like basically where price is right now. Welcome in, Train. I am not gonna try to say your last name, but welcome in. Yeah, so earlier in the session we saw a 1,000 lot buyer that showed up at 200 and then showed up at 150, and then they moved their order down to I think 3,100, and then ultimately that big order disappeared. But we saw like a bunch of sort of like clusters of like medium sized orders show up kind of like from 140 down to the low here at like 3,100 is where those were hanging out and where we took off the majority of our position. So that was part of my thesis for getting short, was the hold of 160 and some of these imbalance levels, and also knowing that there's some buyer absorption happening. That's not good for people that want that to go up. And so like I thought that some of that liquidity towards the bottom of the range would have kind of a magnetic type pull. So that's ultimately what happened, and now we're just seeing how far sellers can push this with the one micro that I have on for a runner. So my chart is in Q, but I'm cross trading to M in Q. That's one of the really nice features of Motive Wave is I can watch Like the depth of market that you see and the chart that you see is the bigger in-queue contract, the mini, but I can just like right click on my chart and oops, not there, and click cross trade. And so then whatever I do over here just automatically executes on the smaller contract. So I think that's personally, I think that's better for like reading order flow. I think that most banks and big players are going to be on the mini contract and not on the micro, but I'm on a 50K eval account that I'm trying to pass here. So I am not going to be trading minis. I don't think that there's any shape or way and form you can trade minis responsibly on a 50K account. At least I can't. So not super bouncy just yet. I covered down here around 3,100 because I thought we would get a potential for a bounce, but kind of choppy. Like the more we consolidate right here and you start building out this volume node, they're going to try to make new lows right there. There are new lows there. Our bid is like 20-ish points lower, 15 points-ish lower from here. And I want to cover in front of this red line because that was where I said I might be interested in attempting to get long. So I don't want to be short. I don't want to be short into the place that I wanted to get long. And we're filled there. That was easily my best trade of the week, both from an execution standpoint as well as an outcome. So I'm just going to cancel my stop. So we're flat. I don't want to. This is a level that I think the market might try to hold. I would not jump into it just yet. It's coming down with quite a bit of velocity, but that's why I'm flat there. Is we're coming into on a higher time frame. We're coming back into these tops, which was basically the like thorn in the side of NQ buyers who just like tried 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 earlier in the week before finally breaking out yesterday. So now they're retesting that breakout area. So, but I wouldn't buy right away also because like the structure from yesterday's breakout is really thin. So would want to see them build out some volume here and yeah, need some time to establish a low before I would consider getting long. But ultimately that was 100 points on our runner. Took the core off at 60, which is at 3-1 for us, and then taking one off at 100, which would be 5-1. So can be wrong a lot of times with that risk to reward ratio when it works. Boy, that escalated quickly. They knew I covered my runner. But honestly, like I'm fine where I covered where I did. Like I don't have, you know, can't go broke taking profit as they say. And also like I don't my goal is to not capture the whole move. My goal is to capture a chunk, and I covered where I thought it would bounce, or the first sort of high likelihood place that I thought it might bounce. But this is not good for buyers if they let this get much lower. For a reflexive move, I would be looking closer to 30,000 now. As like somebody, if I wanted to see this bounce, I would have wanted that to hold a little bit more cleanly there around 65, but that was a very aggressive down move there. Give me just 1 second, guys. I'm going to go off camera. Stream is still going to be up, though. I'll be right back. All right. Had to get a beverage. It's just sparkling water, though. Don't get excited. Seeing a bit of exhaustion from sellers there. Bouncing like the mid line from yesterday is 26 and they bounced it at 33. You have this big delta zone from this part of the breakout yesterday. The previous day's high from a couple days ago is also down here, so lots of places for buyers to hold, which is why I covered my short. Man, it's that time of year where I am getting, I don't know if probably the rest of you are, I think it's like a nationwide epidemic, but getting like so much political text message spam. It's like, I feel like I'm getting like 4 an hour. It's like on my to-do list to like build like a very simple, like local large language model that I can like basically write a short program on my phone so that I can have it read the text message. I don't know how Apple hasn't like built this itself. It seems like the first thing, but makes me just think that they're in cahoots with the all the spammers. But I think that I can build something that like, because it's like a perfect job for like a local language model, like, you know, it can like just read the message and be like, is this political? Great, throw it in the garbage. Don't even ping me. I don't even want to read it. I don't want to see it. What's really weird and creepy is that I get messages that are like political spam, but they're like to my mom and my dad's name. So they like somehow have like a whole like family file, which is really creepy and weird. So now they're rebidding this 65 level. That was a pretty deep pull below it though. But nice signal there from Scalper IQ. Got exhaustion almost right at the low. You know, but also note you got exhaustion back here as well. Like you want to pair exhaustion with, you know, another level that you happen to be looking at. You know, you can have exhaustive tendencies in a pullback or like a sell off like this. You can have exhaustive tendencies, but that doesn't mean that that's going to mark the exact low. Like exhaustion is basically like, you know, really, really one sided trading. So like really, really strong selling. And then there's like at some point, there's kind of like a, you know, one move where it kind of pukes itself. You kind of see that here at the bottom here where it just like down, 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 consolidate. And then as soon as it like dropped, it like rebid itself right off of that 33 level. But you're seeing that also not last very long. And it rejected the area that I was interested in getting long at, which is not ideal for a long thesis down here. So on a higher time frame, I need to fix this 1 second. It's not letting me scroll the way I want. I want a free scroll. There we go. That's an awful lot of volume up here that they built out during that breakout, and now dropping it this far is what is probably creating a lot of downside pressure. Pretty steep sell-off. Looking to see whether any of the other indexes are kind of catching up to NQ is down like 0.5%, so it's kind of leading the way, but not really. ES and YM down like 0.25%, not really. Like this isn't uh like it's selling and you know you're down 200 points from the high here on NQ, but it's not, you know, you're not down like 2 or 3% here, so this isn't like a super 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 bearish move in my opinion. Like I wouldn't be looking to short this any further than it is, just because of where my lines in the sand are. But it's always good to like have that context, right? Like a real sell move with NQ down like 2% or more, you're just gonna have different type of price behavior. But when you're only down 0.5%, even if you've pulled back like 200 points, like the market itself is not like super, super, super red, right? So doesn't mean that it can't keep selling. I'm gonna like compress this a little bit so we can see better. I can get most of yesterday in here. Right, so this is kind of like was the first pause point for yesterday's breakout. They kind of like paused right in front of this 65 to 50 level, that's the higher time frame level, and then pulled back and then just went through it in one go. So if I'm a buyer down here, I want this to start holding somewhere in this like 40 to 50 point range. If it gets below 30,000 and gets into this like sort of really thin breakout level, that could trigger more downside in my opinion. So I think buyers are still relatively safe-ish where they're trying to hold it right now within like, but like near 30K, below 30K, I think opens the door for a lot more selling. You might just take the whole move back, which, right now you're only taking it back about half of it. This is the 50% retracement for the midline from yesterday is like 27. So I would say that they got within 6 points of it. They're basically trying to bounce it off the 50% retracement of this move. But also building out quite a bit of volume down here, which makes me think it's not done going down. Also, I think that trade today got me green on the week, just barely, maybe by like 50 points or something like that. I didn't have any like super big red days. I just got kind of chopped up. More like got like mentally frustrated than I did lose like a bunch of money. Just like yesterday, I kept being like trying to buy the pullback and got left behind because I don't trade momentum like that. Like I'm always kind of looking for some type of mean reversion and like a level to hold and then being able to see some buyers and sellers step in on the dom. And just yesterday in particular, like every time I was like, all right, I see some buyers starting to hold a level on a pullback and I would get long and then they flushed it a couple times, like right as I got long, stopped me out and then went right back up. So it's just like bad for mental capital, at least for me. I'm just like, like I'm fine to take a stop out. Like it happens, it's gonna happen. Like, I'm not like mad just because I got stopped out, but there's certain ways in which you can get stopped out that are more infuriating than others. Getting stopped out by one tick, getting stopped out instantaneously. Those are things that usually get me frustrated. Well, I didn't intend to draw this level here at 65 as a place of resistance, but I guess when they knifed through it, maybe there were more people trying to buy this here, like I was thinking about doing. And now they're trapped and they're kind of putting a ceiling on this. I didn't even see what Michigan consumer sentiment came in at. I think like as of in recent months, I think mostly consumer sentiment is pretty much in the toilet. Uh, Prices are high, wages are still low, jobs are hard to find, gas prices are super high. None of those things make consumers very happy. So, but it's one of those things too that like data drop like that can move price, but it can also do a bunch of like crazy stuff before it decides to move price. So if there's a 9 a.m. data drop, and I tend to be somebody that starts to kind of like look at taking trades after the 30-minute opening range is set. So I'm looking kind of like right as that data drop happens. I always will just wait like an extra 10 or 15 minutes before I'm taking a position. So like if we look back, this is 9 a.m. here. So we had this kind of like, violent chop, and then they rallied it one more time. And then you got kind of the actual directional move start to happen about 5 to 10 minutes later. And only then did I end up taking a position around like 9:30, so like half an hour after that data drop. So there's something to be said for letting price sort of settle in and not kind of FOMOing into whatever it's, because I feel like, especially with Michigan consumer sentiment, it bit me in the butt a few times where it's like, uh, you know, starts to go in one direction. And you're like, sweet, this is going to be a nice, easy directional trade. And then whipsaws back in the other direction. So sellers still trying to make new lows here. I'm going to scroll my DOM down. I want to look at the bottom of this delta zone from yesterday, which is right around 30,000, just to kind of see what the reaction might be in this area. So I'll put it up on my depth of market if they get it there. Not looking to buy here, just to be clear. This has too much momentum to the downside right now, and they just did a whole bunch of volume here at like 30,050. So just interested to see what price does if it gets into this delta zone from yesterday, the midpoint, and the previous day's high, and 30K is all around number. So, and it's also the last place that NQ pulled back yesterday before it actually rallied and broke this higher time frame level, which is the red line. So I tend to do that. I'll scroll my depth of market to the place that I'm interested in. Like, I don't think I'm going to long this at the moment. It needs time to settle in before I consider taking any longs. But I'm kind of like put my depth of market where I'm interested in watching price, because otherwise what happens is I'm like watching this and it's not a place that I should be executing based on like what I'm looking at. And I'll start to be like, oh, I see some buyers, or they're trying to hold it above 35 or whatever it is. And I just, at the end of the day, I shouldn't be executing in this area. So I just scroll my depth of market to keep my monkey brain from pushing buttons when it doesn't need to be pushing buttons. It's also a trick, like I'm on stream with you guys, so I'm like watching the chart the whole time. But like if I'm trading on my own or I'm not live streaming, then I can be doing something else and like have this off to one side, and then as soon as price gets like on here, it like flashes and like, moves around off to the side of my screen, and I'm like, oh, okay, time to pay attention again. But I don't need to be paying attention until it actually gets to the level that I'm interested in. And just so I can kind of like see here, I'm actually going to extend this delta zone so that we can see it react. So this is the same zone as yesterday, just extended across. Mostly it's just a visual to see like what price does in that area. I think it's so close to 30,000 that I think if they get it much lower, they're going to try to retest that whole number, but and these bubbles that you see showing up, I'm actually going to reduce the number of these because they're getting into the number that is like not so helpful. So these bubbles are, you'll see like a blue one here. This is like an aggressive sell move that ended with positive delta at the end of that candle, and is ranked. Like that can happen for more than one time, but this study will basically look at it to look for like what is an extreme version of that. So you'll see them popping up near like highs. This one's in the middle, which isn't so helpful, but then this one happening plus an exhaustion marker. It's a pretty good signal here. And the opposite for the high. So if you see like the orange brownish near the high, so like that high was made on negative delta. So you just like, it's kind of flagging weakness in a move. Like in a strong move, you want strong directional buying on an up move all the way through the candle. And if it tapers off or ends up with negative delta at the end of it, then it just kind of flags that there might be some weakness or like not as much like momentum into the end of that move. So as always with any of our studies, we tell people to not, you know, trade them in context with other higher time frame levels and other, you know, other pieces of information there, but don't just blindly like see that and hit the buy or sell button, please. Sellers are they're doing a what I would consider a concerning amount of volume if you want this to be bouncing without another move down here. Typically down, sideways, increase in volume profile, like building out this node here, just usually means continuation. So you have a little bit of taper happening at the bottom, but you also have this little like extra node here that happens. So doesn't look great for a bounce to me just yet. Seller's still under control. I see a few new people in here. Feel free to hop into chat, say hi, welcome in. Happy Friday. Also, feel free to hit the like button on the stream if you're so inclined. It helps us out. Still testing the underside of the level that I thought it might bounce from. And right in front of where I took my runner off. So at this point, so like if I'm somebody that wants to get, like, let's say I want to get long at this level, right? And I said as price was coming down into it and I was getting out of my short position, I was like, this has too much momentum to just like get in right now. And that momentum, even though it bounced here and kind of got back above that level for a moment, like I need both the momentum to slow down from the sellers and I need it to go sideways for a little bit. At this point, what I would probably be looking for if I wanted to try to long this level is I would want to see it get up to like maybe like back over 3,100 and then come back and then be able to hold this level and then look to go. I don't want to buy it just as we're coming up to it because I kind of assume that I mean, it's already acted as resistance multiple times. So it's not that's how I would play like a rebid there. And there's lots of different ways to play rebids and reoffers, but I want to see that buyers are willing to push this off. And if I happen to get left behind, like, so be it. But I don't want to get involved trying to like buy 65 because you're going to get 15 to 20 point rotations off this level is what's happening right now, which is about what my stop would be. So I don't want to get stopped trying to rotate or like get stuck in the rotation around this level. I want to see momentum above and come back and test. Um, that's how I would play that if that level is going to hold. Had some big orders show up somewhere briefly because I can see that happen when all of my liquidity scales back down on the depth of market, but whatever it was, they pulled it. See a cluster of buyers down here around 30,000. That's not terribly surprising. There's a few more below, just looking at big orders. I'm looking to see if there's any like large participants larger than still just going to let my depth of market hang out in this area. Inside this, we're like looking at this zone. Bottom side of the zone is like 12. personally think that if they get it to 12, that 30,000 is just like too obvious to not get to. Pretty clean sell move so far, though. It's like respecting the like lower highs that it's putting in. I don't know how momentum traders do it. Like, I know it works some of the time, right? Or maybe they're just using wider stops than I use, but man, like selling new lows just feels like I'd just be like just having bombs blow up in my face all the time just would not be a good time. Like you get days like yesterday where when we broke out, like it really was one directional, and that's when momentum trades work really well. So it's like anything, if you're managing your risk, then it doesn't really matter whether you get stopped out instantaneously or not. But I've tried that type of trading. I've tried lots of different types of trading until I finally settled in the last couple years onto like what I like, what makes sense to me. But yeah, breakout style trading was really frustrating to me. And just like, I don't know, like more anxiety inducing. It's like going into price exploration mode without knowing where it's going to go, and you're just kind of like hanging on. It's like sort of like grabbing onto a rocket ship and being like, all right, I'm going to hold on to it until we run out of fuel here. I just like to be a bit more methodical and like to see, multiple tests of a level. Like, I don't want to be short down here, but like this multiple test here is much more of a trade that I would take than like trying to like short a new low. They're going to come back up to this 65 level. I'm not going to short it here. I just kind of want to show if they're going to continue to react. You actually see like a bunch of sellers stacked here, larger orders. And I actually had this level drawn as support, but turned out to be a really sort of great scalping level from the short side once they broke underneath it. But I'm not looking to short here. I think this is like too obvious of a place to I think it's a very high probability place for a potential bounce here, so I don't want to be short into that. I think it's going to be harder to get more downside here than it is to get upside. So if I want to look for a long, I would look for price to break above here, maybe go test this absorption level here at like 110 to 3100, and then come back down and be able to hold this 65 area that they aren't able to get through right now, and then look to push to go higher. For me, it's either that or a flush of 30K and a rebid, like this zone from yesterday, which is also like, they basically held yesterday's mid to like the tick. Almost. Didn't quite get it there, missed it by like a point or two. I want to see if I can see what is driving the selling or whether it's just kind of like an overall. So AMD is still up. That was up earlier. Oh, but it's pulled back quite a bit. Hit 511 and now trading 498. Ouch. So Intel is the one that is pulling back. And like I said at the beginning of the stream, the NASDAQ seems to have really decided that it's going to start trying to follow what Intel is doing. Not really quite sure what that's about, but the price action on Intel seems to be very similar to the price action on NQ. And that was a nasty looking move on Intel. Had a pretty convincing looking bounce and then just sort of waterfalled back to the lows. But I don't see anything else that's like, there's no other mega caps that are super, super red. Like the next one up is like Amazon and Google are down like 0.25%. Rest of it's pretty flat. Buyer's getting a little bit of something going here. I'm gonna actually move my depth of market up to, ooh, wow, there are a bunch of sellers sitting up here. See this whole cluster? There's a bunch of them, and they're all right in front of this absorption level, right here at 110. So I'm just gonna scroll my depth of market here. I don't think I want to take another short trade here. We'll see how it trades when it gets up here. I'm more inclined to think that buyers catch a bid here. So I think probably won't short it if it comes up here. Would be more interested in, like I said, it coming up, like sellers hold it here and then come back and hold a higher low at this 3065 area and then start to go. That I'd be more interested in taking it to the long side and see if we could get it back up close to the opening range, or at least back to the mid. That would be like almost 100 points higher. I would probably take off most of the position here at this 112 if they got it back up there. So that would be like if we were long at like 60 to 65-ish, and we're looking for like 110, it's like just about 60 points. So it'd be like right at 3-1 risk to reward for me, because I would use about a 20-point stop there. So we'd be like long around 60-ish, maybe even just a little bit under this, because this level is like that I drew the red line is just it, like that whole area is like an area. It's not a that area is an area. That line is an area, not an exact price. So like long somewhere around 60 with a stop at 40 down into this like taper. But it needs to trade. It needs to trade higher first. Like I'm not going to take a position on it if it comes back to it right now. Pretty nice back test hold of that like high 30-60s area there. Like held the arbitrary line that I drew to the tick just to taunt me because I said I wasn't going to long it there yet. And my thought process behind why I don't want to long it just yet is like buyers haven't showed me that they can like extend this very far, and I need buyers that are like willing to like push price up, because if I get long, I want to be a part of them pushing price up. If they're just gonna like barely get it above here and just go sideways, that doesn't make me think they have the oomph to like push this any more. Also, if you're new to the channel, we put out our first episode of Rewind the Tape, which is a short series that we're doing. We're going to be doing weekly, where we take one trade from the live stream that I take during the week, and we break it down and go into the details of it, sort of rewind it and go real slow so that you guys can see what I was kind of like looking at and why I took the position that I did. And we'll look at like why it worked, why it didn't work. And just kind of go into more depth there. The first episode of that was out earlier this week, so you can find that on our channel. So go take a look at that. I can drop a quick link into the chat, which I'll do right now. Give me just 1 second. All right, so that link is in chat if anyone is curious. If you're getting into like lunchtime here where things start to slow down a little bit, might be something to watch. It's like maybe 10 or 11 minutes long. It's not super long. So we'll do another breakdown. We'll put one out probably at the beginning of next week for a trade that we took this week. Might be the one that I just took now, but there was also one that I got stopped out on Wednesday that I think actually might be a better order flow like read. I'll just need to watch this one and that one in replay myself to see which one sort of like is the best sort of teaching opportunity there. The one that I had today where we were short here, I was just a little early. It's just a tiny bit early. And I kind of had in the back of my head, I was like, I feel like I might be a little early. Ultimately, it worked. They got within about 7 or 8 points of my 20-point stop. So that's not an ideal entry by my own standards. So I probably could have been a little bit more patient and let this actual level, which was like 65, I think we were short at 63. So like I don't want to get like overly critical on myself about like a trade that actually worked and went, easily 60 points in our favor and took off our runner at 100 points, but just always looking for room for improvement. And I could have let this wait. I could have let this develop a little bit longer. I could have waited, word salad there. But that's just like I always kind of do that. It's not like to be hypercritical of myself, but if I am using a 20-point stop and I'm sort of like consistently having price trade like 15 to 18 points, getting within like 1 or 2 points of my stop, like I need to like reevaluate my actual like trigger for getting into something. So just kind of always looking to whatever strategy I'm using, which my strategy is like order flow related. I'm looking for retests of levels that sellers or buyers have defended and have already showed their hand that they're willing to defend that level, and then try to join that side of things, and then kind of integrate that with overall intraday structure and higher time frame levels. But in terms of like what I'm tweaking, I'm always looking to try to just like I don't know, I think of like trading a lot like how you think of for sports, right? Like if you're a team that typically like is, whatever you're doing and you're blowing teams out by, if it's football, you're winning by 4 or 5 touchdowns, each game, don't fix anything, right? Like it's working. But if you have like you're consistently like barely winning by like a field goal, like a win is a win, but maybe something can get tweaked just a little bit to give yourself some more breathing room. And so I think of trading kind of the same way. If I'm consistently either like barely getting stopped out or prices going very close to my stop and not stopping me out before going in my favor, that just means that I need to come back and like look at, am I a little too antsy to get into position? Is there a little bit of like, I don't know, like light FOMO from myself about like caring more about getting into position than caring about getting a good price? So that's at the end of the week, that's actually like the Rewind the Trade series that we've started is like really hopefully helpful for you guys to be able to help understand depth of market and like how the depth of market moves and how you can use that to take different entries. But it's also really helpful for myself selfishly to like review my own trades in such great detail. Would encourage you guys, if you haven't done that for your own trading, that it is something that has really helped mine. So now just kind of rotating around this level. And this is another reason that I want to buy a level like this. I want to see an actual push. And if it leaves me behind and right, like it just goes up and goes right back up to 3,200, fine. But like I, this will frustrate the hell out of me if I'm like trying to get long at this level and then it's just all it's doing is just rotating around this price. So I don't like to be frustrated, so I'm not going to participate until buyers can show me that they're strong enough and then come back and defend this price and then go higher. So that's just the sequence that I'm looking for. If it doesn't actually play out that way and price just leaves without me, then by all means. But laying out what I want to see happen ahead of time keeps me from getting into places where I'm just like buying this, getting stopped out, buying this, getting stopped out because price is just rotating around instead of actually using this area for support. But I do like what I'm seeing from the buyers for right now. They got a push back above this level and then pulled back on lighter volume. That's why the candle coloring didn't shift over to the sell color. You just kind of got it back to neutral and now they're pushing back higher again. So some of that aggressive selling that got us down here is cooling off just a little bit. It's like the first thing you need to have happen before buyers can start to push back up. Also see some new people in here. Welcome to the stream. Feel free to hop in chat and say hi. There's also a link to our Discord in the description for this video. It's free to join. You're welcome to hop in there, ask order flow questions, chat with other people that are trading similar things. And also feel free to hit the like button if you're so inclined. Helps our stream out. We appreciate that. Probably be here for like another like 45-ish minutes. Just kind of want to see if we can get up here, trade this level, and come back. But right now, price isn't moving that fast, so just going to kind of sit on hands. I think this is kind of like in the 50-50. Like I would give buyers a slight edge here because you're not down very far in the session. Like the NASDAQ is down less than 1%, and you're kind of holding this area that was a higher time frame area repeatedly. So I would give buyers the edge, but need to see some momentum from them back to the upside before I can feel confident in potentially joining their team again. Still stand by what I said the other day. I don't want to get sponsored by like I don't want the channel to get sponsored by like a trading thing. I want it to get sponsored by like LaCroix or Gatorade. Send me free beverages. And maybe send you guys some free beverages. I don't know. Let's see what happens. I said trading's like a sport. Maybe we can get like sponsored by Gatorade. I'm here in Texas, so I can just go turn my air conditioning off and have like the old Gatorade commercials that had like the colored beads of sweat while everything else was like in black and white. Be like a good pressure test, right? Like, can you trade and concentrate under adverse conditions? I don't think I could trade well under adverse conditions. I barely trade well sometimes under air conditioned and really nice conditions. So I don't give myself anything extra. Here we go, buyers. Come on. See if we can get this back above 100 here. If we were down more on the session, I would be interested in potentially fading off of this 110 area. But because I think this is an area that is like an area I already kind of wanted to see potentially as a bounce area. I don't want to fade it if it's bouncing off of it. My hope is that it hits this, pulls back, gives me an entry, and then goes up further. But I'm not going to fade it for that reason. We're just like not down far enough on the session. If the NASDAQ was down 1 or 2% or more, then I would be looking for like kind of any opportunity to get short again. But so far, I think this pullback is a lot more like, looks a lot more like profit taking to me, just in terms of like how far we pulled back. And, you know, buyers kind of like drew a line in the sand down here at 40 and have held it multiple times. So there's like a certain like, I don't really know what I would call it for the NASDAQ, maybe like 3%. The person that I learned to trade futures from, like his rule of thumb was like, I think 1.25% for ES, like basically saying that like if ES is down or up more than 1.25%, that you shouldn't try to fade that direction. Like it's basically like, you know, more buying begets more buying or more selling begets more selling. And so he just kind of had some hard rules that was like, if price is up this much or price is down this much, like I'm only looking for the other side of the trade. Um, so I've kind of taken that myself. I don't really trade ES anymore. But for NQ, I would say it's like 2 to 2.5%. It's a little more of a volatile index, obviously. So I don't think, I think you should still potentially be looking for bounces if NQ is only back down 1.25%, but 2.5 to 3% down or up, probably want to stay away from fading the momentum on that side. You can, but you might have to like really limit the points that you're looking for, and you might have to uh you might get stopped a lot. You might have to have really tight risk parameters there for that to work. I just think it's going to ultimately be, if the market is up, you know, 2 or 3% on whichever index, I think you're just going to be frustrated trying to sort of like fade that level of momentum. The other thing I look for, like I said, I'm not going to short this area, but like when I see a place like this on the chart, so this is like absorption from buyers, like buyers tried to push here and they couldn't get through. So like if I'm interested in an area like this, like I'll just scroll my depth of market up to see like, are there other sellers who are interested in the same area, right? Which there are right now. Like you got a 34 lot, there's some 8s, 10s, 9s, 8s. I really got to change the font color on this so you guys can see that better, but I'll do that for next stream. Uh, yeah, you have like a whole cluster of sellers here in the 90s. So it's like at the edge, like it's a little too low for me to be. I wish that these were stacked a little bit higher and closer to this level, but just like, you know, if I was looking to short it, like, does anybody else want to be selling it that's a lot larger than I am? Because that's sort of helpful. If you watched our Rewind the Tape episode this week, when I went long last week, we saw the level that I got long off of. There was like multiple large orders that kept both buying in that area, and then as like price went away from it, they would like put more bids in. And so that's helpful for if I want to be long off of a level, if like 50 contract buyers or 75 contract buyers on NQ, which is a lot of size on NQ, keeps buying the same level every time it comes back there, like I'm apt to want to join that team. So same kind of idea. If price is coming up here, there's a whole bunch of sellers wanting to sell this price. So if I'm already interested in potentially selling or shorting this area, then I'm like looking to see if anybody else wants to as well, which they're gonna like, they're right below this. And they're just like barely nibbling at the bottom of this large set of orders. And the reason some of these are flagged red versus yellow is market by order. I have that turned on here, which means that the large solid areas are one participant. So there's like 126 lot order at the price that I'm hovered over right now. And then there's like some peripheral, or sorry, that's probably 26 total, and a large portion of that is one order. So they just took a chunk of that. See if they can chew through the rest of it. Yep, got all of it. So now gonna push. So first part of this thesis is kind of starting to play out. We're getting a bounce off the area that I drew from a higher time frame. Now, if I want to try to get long, I want to see them get up over like, let's just call it getting up over 105. If we get up over 105, then I would be looking for a pullback and a hold of 65. So just a couple more things that still need to play out. I'm not going to just jump in long here because we did sell quite a bit, you know, like we broke the opening range low, had some pretty aggressive selling on the way down, so doesn't mean sellers won't step back in to find another spot to defend, but you'll see there's now some liquidity popping up here at 110 that wasn't here before. So you're seeing like, you know, and sometimes that can happen when you actually see, like when we got filled down here, which we just watched, right? Some of these big orders getting filled in the mid 80s. Sometimes you'll just like see like that participant is just like, all right, now I'm going to sell this just like we do, just with a lot more size, right? But sometimes you can actually see that happen, particularly on NQ. Like ES is a bit thicker, so sometimes it's not as easy to see. But sometimes you can see someone buy like 30 or 40 contracts at one price and immediately see 40 contracts show up higher or lower. But I want to see this get a little bit more momentum to the upside before I think about buying a pullback. And I will tell you guys that this idea about like kind of going higher and coming back is like an adjustment for me that I had to make probably in the last like 4 to 6 months. I just had too many times that I was trying to, you know, I'd draw a support level, find a place that I wanted to buy, and then I would buy like way too early. Like I would have bought this like rebid here, like this first time it was back above this level. And then I just would get chopped up in here and frustrated. And ultimately, maybe price goes in the direction I want to go. But recently, in the last like 4 to 6 months, I just make it, I kind of like verbally walk through a sequence for myself. Or if I'm on stream with you guys, like then I'll say it out loud to kind of be like, I need to see enough buying and defense of a level, and then I'm interested if it comes back. And if it happens to go without me, then I just let it go. But getting stopped out in these type of rotations and being too early, which has been a consistent struggle for me since I've been a trader for many years. I'm always a little too early. Even my entry this morning, even though it worked, was a little too early. So I'm just, you know, I've kind of experimented with different things to help that, knowing that that's a struggle for myself is to be too early to things, like a lot of times being right about direction, but being too early and getting stopped out because I'm too early, or getting chopped apart, just trying multiple times. Uh, so it kind of like tamps down my FOMO to like verbally walk through and be like, all right, I didn't buy the level. I didn't buy it, and it's going without me. You know, instead I'm like, okay, bought the level. I want to see this next price trade and then come back to it. And then I'll take the second move. If it works and if it stops me out that time, then that's just what happens. But I'm more okay getting stopped out that way than I am getting like chopped apart as it's like trying to like establish itself back over a support level. It's a pretty slow motion move by buyers too. It may start to speed up here in a second if they can get over 100. You may start to see a little bit of a squeeze. But really, we've only bounced about 30 points above this level that I drew. Which if you just started watching the stream, just so you understand what that level is coming from, I'll actually just draw it here on the higher time frame. So this is a 1 hour chart on the NASDAQ. Let me find horizontal line. And just extend left. Okay, so that level, I drew it at 65, which is like, we'll just call it here-ish, right? So it's these tops. There's one here, back from the beginning of July, and then there was another one, and basically the third failed attempt is what ultimately sent us lower. And so now we broke out of that yesterday, and now we're retesting it on a pullback. So just gonna delete that, try to keep drawings off of my charts because I leave lines there and then forget about them. So back above 105, see if they can get some of this last bit of liquidity here at 110. But at this point, I said just a minute ago that I wanted to see them trade above 105, and then I'd be interested in a pullback closer to 60. So this is the first part of that taking place. Didn't quite get through all of it, but I see a few new people that just hopped in here, so say hi in chat. Don't be a stranger. I wish YouTube was a little bit better about like on the live stream side. Like I can see people as they come in, but I can't see usernames, so it's hard to know like who's new and who's rotating. You're seeing a lot of sellers stack here in this same area again, even as price kind of went through here. They're starting to sort of reload the offer after they just got filled here. So this 104-ish area reloaded, and you saw a few more orders up closer to 110. 110 is kind of an obvious sort of like run stop level to the upside, in my opinion. On a 5-minute chart right now, this like looks like, very flat topped consolidation here, which is why you saw that absorption before it sold off some more. Hey, Rennie, welcome to the channel. Nice to have you here. What is order flow? That's a good question. Let me see if I can define it simply for you. So order flow, there's a lot of different ways people trade. When you're talking about order flow, what you're looking at is the actual orders and volume that are taking place at various price levels. So if you see off to the right side of my chart where it says delta volume, that's actually how many contracts have been traded at those individual prices. And you'll see that there's some that are negative and there's some that are positive. So the way that delta works is if you try to go in and you do a market buy order and you buy 30,102 here, that's +1. If you bought one contract, that's +1 delta, positive delta at that price. If you're above price and you sell two contracts down into the same price, you would end up with net delta of -1. So -2 plus your +1. And this just keeps track of it across the entirety of the entire trading day. And so the thought process behind order flow is that large participants and clusters of participants tend to defend certain levels, tend to create support and resistance. And instead of kind of drawing these support and resistance lines based around like sort of like 5-minute structures or 15-minute structures, which you can still do on top of order flow, but as order flow traders, we would kind of look at those levels as being created by the actual market participants looking for large sellers, looking for large buyers, looking for aggressive ones. Like as we got up here, we had aggressive sellers who not only stepped in to put size in front of the buyers, but then you had aggressive sellers that were willing to push price down. So that's kind of like order flow in a nutshell. Happy to answer any other questions. It's really just kind of looking at the market from like a zoomed out perspective of how participants are interacting with each other at specific price levels. Also, hi, Franklin. Welcome onto the stream. All right, so I'm going to move my... I'm not going to buy this right away down here in the 60s, but the second part of my thesis here was like if I wanted to get long, I wanted to see it trade over 3100 and then come back into the 60s and see if it can hold. So yeah, I hope that explanation was helpful. It's a little off the cuff, but there's a lot of different things and nuance to it. Um, a quick chat GPT or Google would probably give a much cleaner definition for it, but that's kind of how I view it. We'll see if this price holds. It's a range, kind of like the range that I have up here from like 65 to 55-ish is where I want to see if buyers can hold this on a pullback. It's a pretty fast move back down though. I don't particularly care for that. Yeah, of course. Yeah, happy to walk you through that. You see some larger buyers in here, see like a 22, but we also saw like a cluster of like multiple 30 contract and 40 contract sellers up here above 100. So just like relatively speaking, the buyers aren't like stepping in with quite as much size in this area, but and you also don't see me waiting here with an order to buy at this level because I want to see it trade down here. That was also a pretty aggressive pullback from 3100. So if I were to get long down here, I would like to get long around 60-ish or just a little bit below 60-ish with like a 20-point stop. And then I'd be looking for back over 100 and see if they could pop this level on the second try to get it back up to like 3120 would ultimately be where I'd want to take profit there. I'm really bad about taking second trades. Like when my first trade is a winner, I'm usually like, all right, I'm done. I walk away. That was a great trade. I don't really love putting risk on again, but this is a setup that I have talked about for a few minutes and kind of like drew out pre-market. So just want to see if it has a chance to play out. If this gets below 40, like if we don't hold here and we get below 40, or if it bounces here and doesn't give me an entry and gets back above 120, that'll probably be it for me for the session. And dealer's choice here as to whether I want to get long back in here. My one concern about potentially getting long is not that this isn't support, but kind of wondering if we start to chop a little bit down in here, which is a little bit what we're starting to do. So held this level the first time though, almost to the tick. So that makes me want to buy it if they pull it back. But I also kind of have like cutoff points where I'm like, if it gets all the way up to 120, like coming all the way back to 30-60 for me to buy again is like, I don't love that as much. Just because I think that's a lot of like to give back from the buy side, which might just add to sell pressure. So this is kind of like this pullback here is the one place that I want to. So the reason that I'm looking at 30-60 or this level in here is yes, because buyers have defended it a couple of times. They defended it as they got back above it here, and then they defended it just now. And that's a higher time frame level. That's these tops right here from basically since the beginning of July. The market has not been able to get through that level. And then when we broke out yesterday, that was like the acceleration point. So if I like scroll back over to yesterday, so price rallied right off the bell yesterday, basically tagged 30-50. So we'll just call it almost the same area, like, because it's an area, right? Like this is the NASDAQ. So like not going to look at the exact line that I drew. That's just a reference point. But you can see like we pulled back and then as they got above it, like price just really accelerated. So I'm kind of looking at that price now because we've pulled back and retested it. And you'll see that they held it almost to the tick here on this pullback and didn't let me in, which is annoying, but that's why I'm looking at that level. So it's both the order flow that I'm seeing now, like it's helpful to see buyers clustered in here. I wish that there was a few more larger buyers in here. There's just this kind of 17 that kind of sticks out. But yeah, that would have been, had this gone a little bit lower and been able to hold, I probably would have tried to take a long position there, but it just didn't come back quite far enough for me. Hopefully that answers your question. Like I wish that you see like if we're looking up here, this is looking up at 30-10 and you'll see like there's a 22 seller, there's a 36 seller, there's a 21 seller, there's a couple. I wish that this was clustered like that from the buy side. That would give me a lot more confidence in the 60 level right now. So if you like for the person that was asking about for Rennie asking about what order flow is, like if you just trade order flow, like you don't kind of like look at like higher time frame levels and stuff, you're probably going to have a bad time. So like this is a lot of price movement, right? And so like picking out areas to start paying attention to the depth of market will like keep you from losing your mind. If you just are here and you're just watching this all day long, you're going to see ghosts, you're going to just get overwhelmed, and you're probably going to get some FOMO when it starts to move pretty quick. So I just like find my levels from looking at higher time frame, looking at intraday delta, and then from there, I will pay attention to what happens to order flow once it gets in here, like what activity is taking place on the depth of market. So just to protect P&L here, because I don't tend to trade the afternoon session. So if I do take a trade here, this would be the last one for this Friday session. I'm just going to size down from 3 contracts to 2 micros. Some of that's just to protect profit from the first morning trade, and some of that is just because we're kind of getting really choppy down in here. So that's giving me less confidence in the buyers. Like you're getting a bit more of like sort of price acceptance the longer that we hang out here, rather than like buyers are so excited to buy this pullback, which they don't seem to be right now. Just taking a peek at the other indexes to see how they're almost all, let's see how the Dow looks. So the Dow is actually Still sloppy, but like looks slightly healthier than ES and NQ. ES and NQ are like almost mirrors of each other right now, so they're kind of trading side by side. Bitcoin caught a little bit of a bounce here in the last like hour or so. It was down like 1.5% and it's taken back almost 1% of that. I don't trade crypto, and if the only reason that I'm talking about crypto is like Bitcoin, I kind of like use as a gauge for like risk on, risk off. But honestly, the volume over there has been so low in recent times that uh, hasn't been as good of a barometer for that. So I'm interested in getting long here. I'm not so interested if they start stacking selling right above there though. So, and this is an area, if it happens to hold my red line here, that's just by chance. I didn't like draw, I drew it at like the tops of, or generally where the tops were from early in July. So if it's going to hold to the exact, that's just what it's doing. That's why I'm not exactly looking at exactly that price right now. Would like to see 60-ish trade. Now you're starting to see a cluster of buyers start to show up here. There's a 12, there's another 12, there's a 14, there's a 12, there's another 13. So they see the level, whether they will hold it here. If I'm long around 60-ish, then my stop will be at 40. Assumption being that if they get it to 40, they'll stop me out and probably try to make new lows at that point. See if I let some of these bigger buyers get filled here first before I decide to try to trade this here. Totally okay if it like holds and goes without me. I think this is a harder trade than the short that I took earlier just because it's getting later in the session and we're kind of at lunchtime and price likes to chop during this time of day a lot more. I also want a good enough price here to be able to put my stop far away from where this has been rotating. And like using a tight stop like that also forces me to like try to wait for and be patient for a really good entry and just like be okay with if I don't get that good entry to not take the trade. Just want to see if they can fill the rest of these buyers here. They can get it below 58 a little bit and then back above, then I'm probably going to get long here. Also, my limit order is not in. I just have my cursor over the price that I want to buy, but I don't actually have an order submitted because I want to see it flush underneath it ever so slightly. Like I want to see like if 50 trades and then get back above 58, because I'd rather catch it on the way back up, even if I ultimately like it stops me out, but like I want to catch it on the way back up rather than trying to catch it on the way down. Sometimes the results is the same, or sometimes I get left behind, but I just don't like sitting here because I don't know. This is like an area that I want it to hold, and so I'm not like so confident in the exact price and kind of want to let sellers show me where they're going to try to push this to and where buyers might want to try to step in. So far so good though, just would like it a little bit lower if they can. See, there's a big buyer showing up there at 65. That's helpful. Still got this 20 order and a 13 and 14 down here. They pulled some of it, but and that's why I also like why I scroll the depth of market to look at the area that I want to get long. It's not doing me any good to watch what's happening above. And I really, really hate having auto scroll set to my depth of market because I always feel that I'll just like it scrolls when I'm like trying to execute, which I hate. So I just manually scroll to where I'm willing to participate here if they get priced there. And see how we had, so there was like that 45 lot buyer that got filled at like 65, and now there's another one here at 62. These are all good signs for potentially getting long here. Price can come back just a little bit further. And the reason I don't want to buy it up here at 70 is because if I'm using a 20-point stop, then my stop is at 50, which doesn't really give too much room below the last spot that they held it, which was exactly 50. So I really want a better entry to be able to put my stop further away from that. So I will stubbornly wait, even if it goes without me, but I will stubbornly wait for this to get below 58. Also, I see some more new people. It's popping today. Happy Friday. Welcome to the stream. Feel free to say hi in chat. Let's fill this, see if they can fill this 62 and a quarter buyer. Come on, a little bit lower. They didn't even fill all of that. They touched it and filled partial. See if they get the rest of it here. Looking for this to speed up just a little bit to the downside and then immediately rebid. You definitely have buyers interested in this area. I just want to see a little bit. There's another big buyer showing up. Makes me want to get long. I'm just going to be patient for this price. I have a sneaking suspicion that I might not get filled here. I'm seeing all the things that I want to get long except for this last little push lower to show me that buyers are willing to defend just a little bit under this zone. And there's still kind of a cluster of buyers down here that I want to see get filled first. So So we're looking for the depth of market to speed up there. That barely touched 58, but I want to see it go below. See like a little bit of acceleration to the downside here. Come on. Oh, there's some big sellers. Going to wait for those to get filled or get out of the way. All right, those are filled. They touched my price, but I didn't see anything lower. So I'm just going to continue to wait. Yeah, that might have been the entry right there. Just didn't quite get low enough for me. But they're not too far away. So about 10 points away from where I want to get in. Come on, sellers. There's this big order at 50. See if they can come fill that. And then get back above 58, and then I'll try to get long. All right, I'm not going to wait for that person to get filled. They traded below 58. Stop is going to be 38. I'm watching this chart on the Nasdaq if you're just joining, but I am trading cross trading to the micros, so just so we're all clear about the kind of risk that I'm putting on here. Did not get filled there. If it gets back above 80 without filling me, then I'll pull my order. This 50 is getting bigger. I'm going to pull this for just a second and see if this order gets filled first. I don't like big orders like that hanging out right below where I'm trying to get in. Would prefer to see them get filled first. So just going to continue to be patient here. So my orders are canceled for just the moment until we can see if we can fill that last big order there. Choppy, 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 choppy. The other reason I haven't gotten long here is that sellers are kind of pressing, like you see each little spike up is getting lower. Kind of means that sellers are kind of like moving their offers down. So looking to see if this flushes a bit more here. All right, there's 58. I want to see 50 trade. So the last thing I'm looking for is for 50 to trade. I'll put in an order after that. Seeing speed of tape is picking up a little bit here. Just going to be patient. Starting to see some buyers stack here right at 58. Come on, sellers, get this a little bit lower. There's another buyer wanting to pop up there at 51. And they are defending that exact price. Defending 58 on the nose right now. Give me just a little bit of a flush. That's all I want. Yeah, just not getting the last part of this. Like there's definitely responsive buying here, but I just I want to see buyers get, like I want these orders to get filled down here. Market likes liquidity, so if they don't fill these and they start bouncing it, like it's going to go without me, but I'm going to wait to see because now this order has even grown up to 73 now. So you're just joining us, I'm looking to try to take a long position here at 58, but I want to see this go lower first. I want to see if they'll sweep some of this liquidity down here to 50 first, and then I'll try to buy it on the way back up if it bounces. But thus far, sellers can't get it through 58. There we go. Come on. Get it the rest of the way. You're going to fill some of it and not all of it at the moment. Seeing more buyers stacking here. All good for my long thesis, but I still, it's the 50 contract buyer just broke their order up and moved higher. So let's see if they can get their fill at 55. But sometimes when the market, like other people can see this happening, algorithms can also see this happening. So sometimes when you see a buyer move up like that, they get filled and it goes to the price that they were bidding at originally. Just punish the person for moving their order. Not sure that's what will happen here, but that's why I'm going to sit here and wait to see what some of this liquidity does if it gets filled before I decide to get long. Like I'm going to let the bigger participants like sort out what they want to do before I jump in with my 2 micros. This is also why like I have like sort of predetermined things that I'm sort of saying out loud because otherwise I'll end up like chasing up to like 60s. And instead, if I just like wait for like, if I do all of this, it sweeps the liquidity, comes back to 58 and then rolls over and stops me out. I'm totally okay with that. I'm not okay with my execution if I jump in to say like buy 60 right now before it sweeps this lower liquidity, which I said ahead of time is what I wanted to see. So it's also getting really, really choppy. Like the NASDAQ is basically trading in like a 15-point range right now. You're going to end up with like almost like a triple distribution day. So like looking at the volume profile, you have this very distinct node here, you have this very distinct node here, and the point of control is technically still up at 240. So it's getting kind of gross down here. I'm gonna give this like 10 more minutes to see if we sweep this liquidity. If it doesn't give me an entry, then that'll probably be it for the stream for today. I don't tend to trade the afternoon sessions. In the future, we might be open to streaming during the close, like the last hour of the day, but mid-afternoon is where P&L goes to die most of the time. But it looks like we have some new people here today. Happy to have you here. It's fun to have some new people hanging out with us. There's a link in the description to our Discord if you'd like to join there. Say hi. It's free to join. We have a members only section, but there's also a public area as well to ask questions, chat, look around. And if you're watching the stream, feel free to hit the like button. I didn't realize when I drew this red line this morning that price was just gonna like hug it for the majority of the session. And it's not actually what I wanted it to do. I want it to be like support for a nice bounce, and kind of got a little bit of a bounce off of it so far, but not great. Not great. So still seeing the cluster of buyers. They've broken up their orders a little bit more, but yeah, still waiting for my quick little flush below 50 and then buy 58. Though to be honest with you, the more that this hangs out here, the less that I like it for a long trade. Not because I'm concerned that this isn't support. I think this has clearly showed that this is at least support for now, but more concerned about that price doesn't really seem to want to be moving out of this area, and I need it to move. If I'm going to want it to be long and I want to be able to take profit, I need it to not just hold this level. I need it to bounce up off of this level. And right now, buyers are having a really hard time like getting momentum out of here. They're just kind of like passively buying this like 60-ish area. So if you watched our Rewind the Tape episode, I talked about needing both active and passive participants. So like passive participants are sitting down here waiting to buy at the exact prices, and then active participants would be the ones that are like actually crossing the spread to like buy higher prices and push price up. So right now I'm only seeing passive participants for the most part. I'm just not seeing a lot of sort of aggressive bouncing out of this area, which I don't care for my long. I was complaining earlier about getting too much like political text message spam, and now I just got something that says that my GLP-1 journey can begin. So at least it's variety. Like I'm getting a variety of spam now. It's not just political, but I don't think that I'm a candidate for GLP-1. Like skinny enough that I'd probably like take that and just like evaporate into thin air. All right. 5-minute cutoff here if we don't get this flush. Because I'm tired of watching it trade in a 5-point range. I'm green on the session. We had one nice short trade. And the longer that this hangs out here, the more that I think it just wants to hang out here for the rest of the session. And I think it's going to make for like what I really wanted to see was like we got this first part right, which I said I wanted to see this level bounce, which it did, came back and tested. And so we knew that those buyers were still there. But then on the time that it came back to like look for an entry, it's now spent the last 30 minutes just trading sideways. So like what why do I think that if I get in right now that it's not just going to trade more sideways? So I want to see a flush. I want to see them fill some of this liquidity, and then maybe buyers are willing to push it, but looks like they might just push it now without me. Just too choppy. Just too choppy. And if I'm using a 20-point stop, like if I was actually long at 58 right now, we'd only be at like 1-to-1. Are you asking if the stream is usual? We stream Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from like 8:30 to 11:30 to noonish, depending on whether I'm frustratingly still looking for an entry here. But yeah, we stream 3 days a week right now, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. All of our past streams are up on YouTube as well. So if you want to go back and take a look at other streams and see how those went down, you are welcome to do that as well. I've tried to, I think that I have them all done, but I typically put, since they could be like 2 or 3 hours long, I go back and put timestamps of where I actually like take trades. So you don't have to like watch the whole stream. If you just want to watch my executions, you can go back and look and like click in the description and it'll like jump you to the chapter where I got long or I got stopped out or took profit or whatever. This one won't have it yet just because I haven't updated it until the stream is over, but all of the past ones will have that. Oh, the sideways movement? I mean, that's hard to say. Uh, Sometimes a support level is like, sometimes you get a sort of like reflexive move out of it, like where it touches it and then immediately bounces. And then other times it's just a place where like, yeah, we're kind of balancing right now. So, to answer your question a little more definitively, when you get a big move down, so like we got this move down, we got a bounce, and then we got an even bigger move down, and now we're just kind of going sideways. Yeah, that's pretty common. That's why a lot of people tell you not to trade like later in a session because typically, not always, right? Like this is not like written in law, but typically cleaner directional moves tend to happen earlier in the session, and the back half of the session tends to be a little choppier, a little more sideways. So for readjusting my orders, um, I'm really just kind of like observing how price is trading in this area. And since it's really kind of chopping and not bouncing out of it, I'm like, if my excitement meter for getting long is like back here was like super high, right? We've had a couple good bounces. We're coming back in. You're going to let me in. And then I started seeing these bigger orders show up underneath where I wanted to get filled, which is why I pulled my order. And now we're not doing anything, right? Like I really don't want to be long right now because I don't want to be in position while this is rotating like 5 or 8 points around my order. So yes, to adjusting orders, I will adjust orders based on what I see from from order flow and what I see on the price ladder itself. And if you probably weren't here to watch the stream on Monday if you're new, but I was doing this exact thing looking for an entry to get long on a pullback and like you can go back and look at that stream from Monday. Like I clicked the depth of market literally as someone dropped like 60 contracts into the bid. And like it went from like, I think it was like the shortest duration trade I've ever had. Like it basically filled me and hit my stop all in one move. So, I can do this type of analysis and read and look for what I want. Um, and it still might not work, but you know, order flow to me is very like movable, like it changes, it's organic, you're seeing buyers and sellers interact, so it's not really like I have a firm sequence that I've kind of said out loud a couple times that I want to see some of this liquidity get swept, get below 50 and then get back up to 58 and then maybe be long. So they're going to come here, they're like right at the edge of my time sort of time limit for this trade, and you see that they just, see how my volume profile just shifted here. So the point of control, which is like where the exact price where the most volume has been done for the day, just shifted down here to 66. So they're still determinedly holding this 58 price, but just not willing to go lower. And then sellers stacking on top too. This might just become like it's just a level that the market just kind of wants to hang out at. Like that's kind of why they call it balance, right? Like it can't go higher, it can't go lower. It's just trading inside of a 15 or 20 point range. So, and I don't want to be in position when that's doing that because it's really frustrating to be like in position and have it go like 1 or 2 points in your favor, 1 or 2 points underneath, and just, you know. So I think I'm going to time stop myself on this trade. I think it's taken too long. We've done too much volume down here, and I think it's just going to end up being more of like a choppy magnetic area than it is a nice little like support area. The only quote fib level that I look at that I don't even know is actually a fib level is just the midline, so just like the 50% retracement. But I don't look at any of the others. Um, but if you're somebody that trades fibs and you happen to be trading Scalper IQ and you see you have these zones on the chart, then yeah, confluence is always going to be good. So I just like I don't personally use fibs myself, but you could definitely use fibs with these zones. That would be something that you could definitely do. But I can't give you any like information about whether we haven't back tested that or anything like that. Also, if you're not familiar with our studies that you see on the chart here that are cut like the zones here and the lines here and the different pivot markers, um, we have 14-day free trials. It's for Motive Wave, Edge Pro X, or NinjaTrader 8. So all of those studies are available there. Not required to like use them to hang out. Like try to give lots of good information about order flow and you know entries and exits and risk management and all of those things on the stream. So you're by no means required to go look at our studies or anything like that. Just want to give people context because my chart looks a little different than um, a lot of other charts that you'll see around because of the way that our studies color candles and things like that. So I'm no longer looking for entry here. I'm just going to hang out for a few minutes. There's a few new people in here, so feel free to say hi, ask questions. I'll hang out for another 10 or 15 minutes to answer any questions that anybody has. Um, we'll be back streaming again on Monday. We will have another sort of rewind the tape episode. Episode 2 should come out either later this weekend or maybe like first thing Monday. So we'll take one trade that I took somewhere during the stream this week and I'll break it down in a lot more detail and we'll see like why it worked or why it didn't. I'm going to mix some losses in there too. I don't want to be somebody that just shows like all my winners because if you watch the stream, especially this week, you'll know that I don't always just take winners. I get stopped fairly often. Um, but yeah, we'll be back. We stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8:30 Central Time, 9:30 Eastern. We do like some pre-market analysis, not really pre-market analysis, but I don't trade the first 30 minutes. But for the first like 30 minutes, we'll just watch the stream, see how structure plays out, see where the big players are, see how price is moving around, what volatility is like. I'll talk about what I'm seeing. So if that's something that you're interested in, feel free to subscribe. Feel free to hit the like button. Um, try really hard to uh, make this channel be like education forward. I want to help you guys, and I hope that you can like watch and like learn some things and take some things away to apply to your own trading. More so than like I'm not really gonna be here and like be making calls about like I'm gonna buy 30. Like I'll tell you where I'm gonna buy, but I'm not here to like guide your executions. Everybody should be making their own decisions and, managing your own risk there. So you might have heard the term time stop. Uh, gets used a lot of different ways. Sometimes people will be like, in a position and say like, if this doesn't go in my favor or doesn't get to my target in the next 5 minutes, like, uh, then I'm gonna get out. It's a totally valid reason to do that. I tend to use it more for entries or exits, like, or sorry, for entries, not so much for exits. So like I just said now where I'm like, this is traded on top of what I think is a support level for like way too long. Um, that I'm not like my interest level declined the more that we chopped around it. Yeah. There's also people that trade like algorithmically, right? So like have like auto buy, auto sell based on different things. And time stop can be a very like powerful risk management tool. So like if you're trying to buy above or below a moving average, like if it's spent too much time below that moving average and you're trying to be long, then you can, exit if it hits that as like sort of like an arbitrary exit point, just to say, hey, I thought price was going to be doing this and now it's not doing that and it's spending a long time at the lows. That's not very bullish. I think I'm going to get out. So lots of different ways to manage your risk. I don't tend to do it so much once I'm in position. I'm kind of stubborn about like once I'm in position, I just like will take, I'm either going to take my stop out or I'm going to take, get to take profit, because I have in the past had a really bad habit of like, I'm in, I have risk on, and then I kind of like talk myself out of my trade after it's like just taking too long. And then it ultimately goes without me because I'll like time stop myself out. So I really only use it as like if I'm looking for an entry and price is taking way too long to do the thing that I want to do. Like I said 45 minutes ago that I wanted to see this below 350 before I got long again. And we have not traded that price. So be super stubborn, in my opinion, be super stubborn with your entries. Be totally okay with getting left behind. Your trading will thank you a lot. You'll get better entries. You'll manage your risk better. You'll learn to be patient better. You're going to miss some moves, but you're always going to miss some moves. Even if you FOMO in, try to FOMO into sort of like every move, you're going to miss moves. So another sort of like good rule of thumb that I like to look at is like, if I happen to be if I happen to be long here, would I be mad right now? Like, would I be frustrated at being in position? And the answer is yes. So they just swept 50 there. I'm not getting in. It's too late in the session for me, and they've chopped around this area too much. But that was the flush that I was kind of looking for. They didn't quite get through 50 here, but that's kind of the flush that I was looking for. And then how I would execute that would be a flush below 50, and then I would either put in a buy stop order at 58 where I want to be long, or I would just like wait for it to get above 58 and then put in a limit order and try to get filled that way. I'm only trading a couple of micros, so like I'm not so worried about slippage if I put in a buy stop order. Like if it filled me at 58.75, like I don't really care. All right, so they just flushed 50. So like I said, I'm not going to take this trade, but let's see if they can get it back above 58. But I think they took too long to do that. You're seeing a bunch of sellers stacked back in that area too, which isn't ideal. So I would probably be long right now had this happened 30 minutes ago, but not long now. And the only reason that I might have hesitated in terms of like getting long is all these big orders stacking through here. Don't love that. All right, guys, here for another 3 or 4 minutes. If anybody has any questions, throw them in the chat. That was about 100 contracts that just got filled there. And buyers took a chunk out of that. But if you have any other questions, you're curious about anything, now's your time to shine. Or hit the like button if you haven't yet. But we've had some new faces in here. Excited to be hanging out with all of you. It's been a good stream. Actually, some decent price action. The last like since it made a new low, so like the last like hour or so has been pretty choppy, but had that nice short trade when it couldn't get back inside the opening range low up at, where were we? Yeah, we were short around here. So I think I was short 163. And so we took off core in front of 3100, which is like 3 to 1. And then we took a runner off in front of this line that it's chopping around here. So that tends to be my target for risk to reward tends to be minimum of 3 to 1. And the main reason for that is because I get stopped. I get stopped quite a bit. So I need to be able to make enough points on my trades to make up for the stops. But I like 3 to 1. That basically means that I can take the same trade 3 times, and if it works one of the 3 times, then I'm at worst break even. I still don't think this is like the worst place to get long. It's just like way too much chop and like hugging of the point of control. I don't think that I could have like I drew this line, this red line pre-market just based on higher time frame, like these tops from the earlier in July. And so I just drew it pre-market. Like it's just a level that I drew to kind of remind myself that that's where those tops are, but like it's not an exact price. It's like 50 to 60. But somehow I picked out the exact point of control. Should go buy a lottery ticket later. I don't think I could do that again if I tried. So that's just dumb luck. I didn't draw that to line up with the point of control. That's just like where I drew it pre-market, and it's where the NASDAQ is just rotating around that price now. So I'm not an oracle, I promise. Very much not. You hear my alarm going off in the background to remind myself to eat lunch. So it's getting to be that hour here in Central Time. And the market is just chopping around now. This is really, really tricky price action down here, too. Once it starts doing this and you don't have clear direction, there's just a lot of different places that it could try to hold. And that's why I kind of time stopped myself out of that trade idea was instead of seeing nice clean bounces out of this area, you're just seeing sort of chop and rotation and magnetic effect here. I do think that the longer that sellers hold this down here, like it opens up the possibility for new session lows. Uh, Buyers have been buying a lot of stuff here in the 60s and 70s. And if they can't start to get some of that out, then it's going to come out lower, in my opinion. I see some new people hopping in here. Feel free to hop in chat and say hi. We're here for a few more minutes. Just kind of watching the tail end of this session to see if NQ can push itself back up out of the 60s. And this stream will be up later on YouTube. And I'll put timestamps in the description so you can go back and watch. You won't have to watch the whole stream to figure out where my executions were because there was only one execution back here earlier in the morning when we broke below the opening range low. We got short there. So if you're interested in seeing how that execution took place, feel free to subscribe, and that video will be up a little bit later. And we'll also be doing a new episode of Rewind the Tape. The first episode of that is pinned in the chat if you're interested in looking at that. So that is what is going on. I wish other streams actually put their timestamps. Maybe some of them do. I've only looked at a handful. But I wish that more people put their timestamps about when they're executing, because like, you know, I don't know that most of us like fine to hang out here and watch live, but if I'm coming back later, I don't know that I'm going to put on like a 4-hour live stream in the background. Like I just kind of want to see the action. So assuming that a lot of you like that as well. So we'll continue to put timestamps in our descriptions. If you ever run across one and it's missed, just comment on the video and I'll go track it down for you. So tons of buyers clustered here again. You are getting a bounce out of this area, but it's like, if I was long at 58, I'd only be like 10 points, 12 points in the money here. So I don't really feel like I'm missing out on much here. Is everybody that's here mostly trading in queue? I mean, that's what I have up here right now, but that doesn't mean that that's what you guys are trading. I'm sort of like a one asset trader. You won't see me bouncing around. So uh, that was something I learned from the person who taught me how to trade futures was he watched me ping ponging around between like trading stocks and okay, I see somebody trading gold. Yeah. I think silver was up today, so gold might be getting a little bit of volume as well. Let me take a look at gold. Yeah, gold is up 0.5% today. Kind of choppy though. Kind of choppy up in that like 450 range. But the guy that I learned to trade futures from kind of was like really big advocate of like pick your poison, pick what you want to trade, and stick to that one thing because you'll just get really, really good at trading that one thing. And originally that was MES for me for many years. For like the first like I guess 3 to 4 years that I traded futures. And only in the last like year or two have I switched over to trade MNQ. That's it's more my preference. I feel that I have to hold too long and I don't like holding for long periods of time. It's just my personal style. I'm looking for like 20-point stop, 60-point move on MNQ, and MES makes me hold for longer than I'm comfortable. So um, it's taken a little bit of reorientation to the level of volatility that MNQ is at. But what I like about it is like I feel like I can be in and out really quick for the most part. Not when it's doing what it's doing right now, but in general. But if you're a newer trader and you're on the struggle bus and you're not quite sure what's going on, I like talked to somebody just this week who was like trading stocks. And look, there's nothing wrong with trading stocks. Like I'm not somebody that's like you only have to trade futures, right? The issue is if you're somebody that's like a little bit ADD or you have a hard time like sort of sticking to one thing, like opening up a huge list of stocks and being like this is what I'm going to trade today is really tricky. And I also think that most stocks, just like most futures, kind of have their own personality to them. They all trade different. And if you are trading different things sort of like every single day, you have a hard time sort of orienting yourself. Like Nvidia is going to trade different than Apple, and Apple is going to trade different than Tesla. So if you're going to trade stocks, I would recommend picking one stock, preferably a mega cap like Nvidia or Apple that's going to be have enough volume throughout a given day to, get in and out of. But I would not recommend sort of like trying to trade, go to the list of things that are up 20% on the day and trying to trade those because each day that number is going to be that whatever one is up the most is going to be different. And I think that just makes it really hard for newer traders to kind of orient themselves. So when people ask me what I think they should be trading when they're new is one MES, preferably on a prop account if you can, because the prop accounts are just like so cheap nowadays. Find one that doesn't have a monthly recurring fee. Like I'm trading Lucid trading accounts. We're not like sponsored by them or anything, but they have flat fees on their accounts. I think their 25K account is maybe like $70 or something like that. you know, and just trade one MES in that account. Control your risk. Try not to have big red days. And then, you know, at the end of the day, like if you accidentally blow that account, you know, which is apt to happen if you're new, you're only out $70. You don't even have to risk. When I first started trading, prop accounts were not as prolific as they are, or maybe not even around. And I donated plenty of money to the market to learn. So take advantage of those. I think the real trajectory is like trade prop accounts and pass them, maybe take some payouts if you can. And then once you kind of like build your confidence and maybe build up a little like nest egg of money, then start like lightly trading like a personal account on the side. Yeah, so like I said, was looking at taking an entry. If you are just joining us, was looking to take an entry down here at 58, but like now every time they get it below 58, you're seeing a ton of big sellers selling right back above 58. I want no part of being involved in that in a long, like I'm starting to feel like this might try to make new session lows here. You just had a ton of buying going on in here in the last like hour and a half, and now they're underneath it. So you probably have some buyers who are unhappily underwater at the moment. Like this is a swarm of selling. I'm not somebody that uses Bookmap, but if you use Bookmap, this will just look like a cloud of red right above price. I want to see if there's any large liquidities. Have some buyers stacked here in the 40s. Seeing if there's anything lower. Like if there's a bunch of liquidity down at 30K. Eh, little cluster of buyers down there. I start to think of orders on NQ being big if they get over 50. So like collectively this is 50, but there's no like 150 lot order. Just poking around lower to see if there's anything else. It's pretty thin past that. You know, and price is not that far off the lows right now either. They're only like 30, less than 30 points off the low right now. So they held this area for a while and now they're kind of pinned beneath it. It's not great for the buy crowd. They might come and try to grab some of this liquidity though. So just here for a few more minutes. We'll be back again on Monday, again at 8:30 Central, 9:30 Eastern. Our Discord is free to join. There's about 14 or 15 of you in here, and some of you have said hi in the chat. So for the ones that have not, don't be shy. Say hi. Would also love to know how you guys are finding the stream. YouTube is like a black box for how they distribute or don't distribute streams. So like I know that like I told our Discord that we're streaming and put it on our social accounts, but past that, would love to know how you guys are finding the stream, whether it's like just in the browse features or somewhere else, because I have no idea how any of that works. But happy that people are finding their way in here to say hi. This went from really good price action this morning to really bad price action this afternoon so far. So ES and NQ. Sorry, ES and the Dow. ES is making new lows right now. NQ is not. YM is at its lows, but it hasn't made new ones on this down move. So everything catching a bit more of the sell bug down here. NQ kind of led the way, and the other two indexes were kind of trailing, and now all right, folks, I'm going to wrap it up here. Thanks so much for joining. Link in the description to the Discord. Feel free to hit the like button on the way out the door. Everybody enjoy their weekend. We will be back on Monday at 8:30 a.m. to do it all over again. Hope you all have a wonderful weekend. Thanks again for joining. Cheers.